and a non-transport vehicle, different age limits, different requirements in learner's license, different requirements in medical certificate, etc. Just have a look, quickly have a look at that, my lord. Section 4. No person under the age of 18 years shall drive a motor vehicle in any public place. And then immediately have subsection 2. Subject to the provisions of section 18, no person under the age of 20 years shall drive a transport vehicle in any public place. So which means at 18, you can go and get a light motor vehicle license. Light motor vehicle includes my car, so that I can get at 18. But if I don't need any other license or any other authorization for driving a transport vehicle, that means on that light motor vehicle which I've got at 18, I can drive a transport vehicle, which is what Mukul Devangan says. But then how do you square that with this subsection 2, that you cannot drive a transport vehicle unless you are 20?
Yes.
Then, my lord, 7. No person shall be granted a learner's license to drive a transport vehicle unless he has held a driving license, to drive a transport vehicle unless he has held a driving license to drive a light motor vehicle for at least 1 year.
Which one is this? Which?
7.1.
7.1.
7.1.
Yes.
So, if you have a license to drive a light motor vehicle, you still can't even get a learner's license for a transport vehicle unless you've had it for 1 year. That second part becomes redundant. What is the purpose of saying that no person shall so drive a transport vehicle unless his driving license specifically entitles him so to do? Unless, my lord, either you must have a driving license to drive a transport vehicle, or you must have a driving license for a light motor vehicle or any other class which has a specific authorization that you can drive a transport vehicle. But Mukul Devangan holds quite the reverse. Namely, that if you have a license to drive a light motor vehicle, then that's good enough. Then you can drive a transport vehicle. With or without authorization, that is not a requirement. It is submitted that to drive a transport vehicle, the aforesaid section requires that even if it is a light transport vehicle, the license for driving the light motor vehicle must specifically entitle the driver to so drive a transport vehicle. In fact, the form for a driving license also contained a specific portion for authorization to drive a transport vehicle. Thus, it was clear that without such an authorization, a mere license for light motor vehicle would not authorize a driver to drive a transport vehicle. The position has been further made clear by the latest Form 7 incorporated in the Central Motor Vehicle Rules, in which is a form for a driving license, laminated card. In this, against the class of vehicle being LMV or light motor vehicle, the vehicle categories have been specified, namely NT, non-transport, and TR, transport. The Form 7 can be found at page 882 of Shri Siddharth Dave's written submissions. Would your lordship just have a quick look at that, my lord? Page 882. This is in the rules. This is part of the rules.
(882).
Yes.
We have Mr. Siddharth Dave's rules, but
It's on the screen.
Yes, we got it on the screen. Bookmark final written submission. All right.
Now, this is not the form. This is the back side of the license. The front side would have that photograph, etc., issue date, validity, etc., etc. And this is the back side. So this will tell you what you are authorized to drive. So there are 4 categories: class of vehicle, motorcycle, car, truck, and MVST. What is MVST? It's MVST. Anyway. Now, in that LMV, just have a look at, my lord. If your lordship goes down to vehicle category, against LMV, there is an NT, which is non-transport, /TR, which is transport. So one of them would be scored, supposing it is not to drive a transport vehicle, that TR would be scored out, or only NT would be ticked. So it is this oblique that. So this would show. So this, my lord, squares with that second part of section 3, that you cannot drive a transport vehicle unless your license specifically authorizes you so to do. So your license will say that it's a license for an LMV, but it includes a transport vehicle or it doesn't include a transport vehicle. So supposing it is only NT, then it is for a non-transport vehicle. Namely, you can drive a car, but you can't drive a truck or a bus.
NT/TR would be, one of them would be scored off, or?
Yes.
But it appears that NT and TR is oblique, so does that mean you can drive both?
Doesn't leave anything else. So there was no purpose of writing NT/TR.
But this is an actual license, right?
Yes, yes. So this is the form.
But neither has been scored off. Is the
No,
form.
no, this is only the form.
Oh, it's only the form.
It's only the, this is not an actual license. This is the form in the rules.
Oh, I see.
In fact, my lord, if I remember correctly, my license has one of them scored off. It says NT. My license is for a motorcycle NT and a light motor vehicle NT.
Non-transport. That's because you didn't apply.
I'm sorry, I can't drive a bus or a truck.
You didn't apply. You are in a profession. You don't need.
No, so as per Mukul Devangan, my license would entitle me to drive a light transport vehicle, something under 7,500 kilos, I would have the right to drive. Because light motor vehicle includes within it a transport vehicle. The definition of light motor vehicle under section 221 includes within it a transport vehicle weighing less than 7,500 kilograms. Therefore, if I have a light motor vehicle license, I can drive a transport vehicle weighing less than 7,500 kilograms. But that's not correct, because the license form itself will show whether it is NT or TR.
Put separate category, the third item.
That's because of section 10. And which is why one of the things that they are doing now in the proposed amendment, like just have a look at the proposed amendment, my lord, that's a little instructive as to what they're doing. And that, which is why I was saying that it will make no difference. My learned friend had handed over the proposed amendments last time. Section 10, my lord, has a transport vehicle category for license also. Your lordship just saw it, my lord. Just have a look at section 10 again. Your lordship's question is very relevant. If you can do it by NT and TR in that against the LMV, why have a separate portion for transport vehicle? That is,
Prior to 1994 amendment,
yes,
the transport vehicle were of different categories, heavy, medium, all that. So now they have categorized everything into one category, that is transport vehicle.
correct,
You are looking at section 10 to subclause E.
right,
And then there is a light motor vehicle.
yes.
What is the philosophy for having transport vehicle of the light category, below 7,500 kg category, to have a special endorsement?
I'll tell you, lordship, why. I mean, from whatever I understand, they have not said it, but whatever I can understand, transport vehicle essentially is a truck or a bus, broadly. So when you drive a bus, you're putting several people at risk and you are normally driving it for long hours.
We are not looking at bus. That's why we are saying we are talking about LMB 7,500 within.
No, that would include bus also. LMV includes bus as well.
May include a bus.
Yes.
So,
So your
we
lordship
are
is
asking for the
what is the
philosophy.
logic
What is the
for the
philo- yeah,
truck?
what is the logic?
Light truck, yes. So light truck, usually when somebody drives a car, even if it is of the same weight, 7,500 kilograms, he's driving it normally for a lower duration of time. That's what I can understand as to why there is a difference. However, when you're driving a truck, then you are driving it pretty much through the day. So normally then you will get tired, you are putting more people at risk, etc. So therefore, because you are driving a truck or a bus, the logic is the same here. You are putting more people at risk. Therefore, they have all these things that A, you must be at least 20 years old. B, you must have had a license, not just a learner's license, for a light motor vehicle for 1 year. You should have been driving a light motor vehicle for 1 year. C, that you must have a medical certificate, etc., before you can do it. D, you must have a certificate from a driving school saying that you are fit to drive before you can get that license.
One aspect that you are pointing out in your response about somebody driving throughout the day, I would presume that somebody who is 18-year-old will have more energy than a 20-year-old.
But may not have as much experience or as much maturity.
In order to drive, you need 1 year extra with an LMV. So then you drive the transport vehicle. So beyond that, this tiredness and the energy factor, I don't think it comes in.
2 years, that 20 is a statutory provision. I have not made it up.
No, we are trying to understand the philosophy.
Yes, yes.
So I have not made it up, we know that. We are trying to understand from you.
So therefore, that seems to be the legislative philosophy, that you
Because
need a little
you are
more
going on a
maturity,
long
you
drive.
need a little more experience.
You are going on a long drive
Yes.
across the states. You are driving throughout the day.
No, that is
Your
true.
logic,
So
I
therefore,
don't think it
there will
appeals to us.
always be some overlaps in this kind of thing. When you are creating categories, you see as to what is more likely. If you are driving something which is normally a little more heavier, etc., normally you're driving it for a longer duration, you are putting more people at risk. So you need a little more maturity. You need a little more experience, which is why that you should have had a license for 1 year, etc. That seems to be a lot, as I can understand the philosophy.
I can try answer that, my lords. My lords, can I try answer that?
Let him complete and then again.
So therefore, my lord, but the provisions make it clear. Now, my lord, if your lordship were to turn to, since your lordship's question was ki why this transport vehicle, etc., I had pointed out that the section 10 as amended in 1994, my lord, added transport vehicle as a kind of a license. That you are getting a license for an LMV or getting a license for a transport vehicle, etc. Those, it became a separate category in the license itself.
Even in the case of a two-wheeler,
Yes.
that form says NTTR. It's not only for the LMV. Even for a motorcycle, you know, that first diagram,
Yes.
it says NTTR.
Yes.
That means even in the case of a two-wheeler,
Yes.
it contemplates that it can be a non-transport or it can be a transport.
Yes.
Is that not the same thing which in three categories the same principle is applied? In the case of a two-wheeler, LMV, and the last one, which is MVSD. I don't know what MVSD means.
Whatever.
Look at Lord, motorcycle means a two-wheeled motor vehicle So my license, for instance, Lord, has motorcycle as well as car. Uh, Question was, if your license entitles you to drive one or more of the following class.
Mr. Bhushan.
Yes.
Also, at the age of 18, I have an LMB,
Lordship, please.
right? By the time I became 20-year-old, the same license permits me to have a transport license, I mean, to drive a transport vehicle.
Automatically subsection 4 gets
No,
qualified.
section 3, the second part will not authorize you because that license will not have that authorization.
No, you see,
It doesn't
authorization
say-
is just a matter of endorsement.
Is
It's
in
not an
hand with it.
authorization.
That endorsement will be subject
No,
to
you see-
various other things, not just age.
No, no, I understand.
Ah,
You see, somebody at the age of 18 gets a LMB.
Lordship, please.
After 1 year, he can try and proceed for the transport license to transport vehicle, right? At the age of 20, with the same LMV, he is entitled to drive. Now the endorsement.
No, he doesn't get entitled till he gets that license.
So this endorsement,
Yes.
what will the endorsement require him to do? That
And
he's holding the license or he's aged 20 years.
he is eligible
He's,
to.
he's firstly holding a license of LMV.
Yes, Lord.
He's aged 20 years. And then the endorsement.
Therefore, that endorsement will not come till you are tested on a transport vehicle and till you have a certificate, my lord, a medical certificate which is not required for an LMV, plus, my lord, a certificate from a training school which is not required from an LMV. So that authorization will not just come because you are 20. That authorization is not an automatic authorization.
No, endorsement, we understand. You are trying
So
to say.
that
But we are
endorsement,
also
Lord,
looking at an endorsement for the two-wheeler,
yes.
non-transport and the transport category.
So therefore, Lord, now the two-wheelers are also used commercially, namely you carry passengers like Ola, scooter, etc. All that will come in transport. It comes under the definition of transport vehicle. So if you are using a two-wheeler for a transport vehicle purpose, then you have to have an authorization or an endorsement for, my lord, even in the two-wheeler for transport vehicle. That's the scheme of the act. And for good reason. Nobody has challenged, my lord, the provisions of the act saying that this requirement of my having a separate endorsement is wrong. Just have a look at, my lord, 9(6). The test of competence to drive shall be carried out in a vehicle of the type to which the application refers. So if I want, my lord, that endorsement of having a transport vehicle license on my LMV, I must then apply for a, my lord, transport vehicle and I'll be tested on a transport vehicle. I can't be tested in a Maruti 800 car and then drive a truck. Now, Lord, just have a look at the proposed amendment, since your Lordship's question was, and one question which fell from your Lordship, my Lord, about one or more of the following classes in section 10(2). It can be one or more, but for each you'll have to be tested separately. Now, for instance, my Lord, my license, because you can't have more than one license. License is only one. That will give you what all you can drive. So I had a separate test for a motorcycle when I first started driving motorcycles, and I had a separate test for a car because that's under 9, my Lord, 6. Your test of competence shall be on the vehicle that you are now getting a license for. So you will have a separate test. Now, just have a look at, my Lord, the proposed amendments which the Attorney General had handed over to your Lordship, my Lord. And just come to section 10 now, because my Lord's question was very relevant. Why have this? If you have the endorsements of transport, non-transport on LMV, etc., why have a separate category of transport vehicle license? Now they are planning to do away with that. And they are making the position very clear that on each license, it will be given as to whether it is a transport vehicle or a non-transport vehicle. That confusion came because, my Lord, transport vehicle was under LMV also, and transport vehicle became a separate category under section 10. So now what happens? Do you get just an endorsement? Do you get a separate license for a transport vehicle? So possibly under that regime, my Lord, it was either or. You LMV, you get a authorization or an endorsement for transport vehicle, which will be only after you have passed a test on a transport vehicle under 9(6). You don't just get the authorization because you have turned 18 or 20, or you've had a license for 1 year. One section I missed out, my lord, section 14. Just have a look at that. That's the currency of your driving license. (14.1) is about learner's license. Please ignore that. That is 6 months. 14.2. A driving license issued or renewed under this act shall, in the case of license to drive a transport vehicle, be effective for a period of 5 years. Provided in case of license to drive a transport vehicle carrying goods of dangerous or hazardous, etc., then 3 years. Then B, in the case of any other license subject to such conditions as the central government may prescribe, if the person obtaining the license either originally or on renewal thereof has not attained the age of 30 years on the date of issue or renewal thereof, be effective until the date on which such person attains the age of 40 years. Namely, if I get it at 18, it's valid for 22 years. But transport vehicle is valid only for 5 years. Whatever the age. Then has attained the age of 30 years but not attained the age of 50 years on the date of issue renewal, be effective for a period of 10 years from the date of issue. So therefore, namely after 30, it will be only valid for 10 years because they need to check your competence more quickly as you age. Has attained the age of 50 years but not attained the age of 55 years on the date of issue or renewal thereof, be effective until the date which person attains the age of 60 years. Or has attained the age of 55 years on the date of issue, as the case may be, renewal thereof, be effective for a period of 5 years. So as you age, it becomes valid for a shorter and shorter and shorter time, but at least 5 years. Whereas for transport vehicle, right from the beginning, it is valid only for 5 years.
Right.
So the whole, my lord, the entire sort of procedure, the tests, everything is different for transport and non-transport vehicles. So whether it is a separate license under section 10, as happened after the 94 amendment, or it is a separate endorsement on your other license, namely LMV, etc. But there is a whole different regime prescribed for it. You must have so many years, you must have so much experience, you must have training from and a certification from a driving school, you must have a medical certificate, it will be only for 5 years. So it's not, my lord, as if just because you turn 20, you get that authorization or that endorsement. Now, my lord, just have a look at what they are proposing, although that may not be relevant for the timing, but just for the understanding of even how they deal with it. Section 10, that amendment, proposed amendment that my learned friend had handed over on the last date, 16th April. Yes. Now, if your lordship turns to, my lord, the number 11 on the side. Yes. Form and contents of licenses to drive. Now, just have a look at subsection 2. This is section 10 now. Your lordship remembers, my lord, 94, they added that transport vehicle as a class of vehicle for the license. Now they've removed that transport vehicle. So what they say is, a learner's license or a driving license, as the case may be, shall also be expressed as entitling the holder to drive a motor vehicle specified as transport vehicle or non-transport vehicle with manual gear selection or automatic gear selection, as the case may be, of one or more of the following classes, namely now there are 5. Motorcycle, 3-wheeled motor vehicle, light motor vehicle category 1, light motor vehicle category 2, motor vehicle of a specified description as may be notified by the central government in the official gazette. Now, all these classes have 2 categories, transport or non-transport. So it's not that you get a license for any of these, you are entitled to drive, my lord, transport or non-transport. It will be specified that LMV transport, just as my license says, LMV NT, non-transport. So that transport has been removed because there was a redundancy there. There was, I mean, you could come within LMV, but you had to get an authorization under section 3, the second part, or you could get just a transport vehicle license. So now they have done away with that redundancy and they make it clear that it can be either or. transport, non-transport. Coming back to my written submission, my lord, I had reached up to paragraph 5.
You broadly, I think, recap.
Yes, just one more thing, Lord. If your lordship just has my written submission. Page 5, page 4, bottom. That's my second legal argument. That's my second legal argument, my lord, that generalia specialibus non derogant and the reverse. Just have a look at page 4, bottom. Paragraph 8. Your lordship has paragraph 8. Post the amendment of 1994, where clauses E to H in section 10(2) were deleted and transport vehicle was added, the position has become even clearer. Now the classes of vehicles for which one can get a driving license are D, light motor vehicle, and E, transport vehicle separately. It is a well-known principle of law that the special will override the general, and the general will not override the special. The two maxims are generalia specialibus non derogant, the general will not override the special, and specialia generalibus derogant, the special will override the general. In PB Hemlata versus so-and-so, 2002, a three-judge bench of this court held as under. The above argument advanced is attractive but cannot be accepted for another reason. In our view, the law contained in Travancore Cochin Act and the Kerala Act regulating the practices, procedure, and powers of the Chief Justice and judges of the High Court in relation to all cases from all enactments appearing before them is a general law which cannot be made applicable to appeals from the Code of Civil Procedure regulated by special law that is contained in sections 96 to 98 of the Code. There is a clear conflict between the provisions contained in section 23 of the Travancore Cochin Act, which allows the reference by differing judges who have delivered separate judgments on or opinions to a third judge on issues both on fact and law, and the provisions contained in proviso of subsection 2 of section 98 of the Code, which permits reference to one or more judges only on the difference of opinion on the stated question of law. When the courts are confronted with such a situation, the court's approach should be to find out which of the two apparently conflicting provisions is more general and which is more specific, and to construe the more general one as to exclude the more specific. The principle is expressed in the maxims generalia specialibus non derogant. General things do not derogate from special things, and specialia generalibus derogant. Special things derogate from general things. These principles have also been applied in resolving a conflict between two different acts and in the construction of statutory rules and statutory orders. Therefore, now, once we are faced with Lord, the situation that section 10 envisages light motor vehicle and transport vehicle separately, licenses. So, transport vehicle is special, light motor vehicle is general. Therefore, it will have to be deemed that here in section 10, light motor vehicle will exclude transport vehicle for which you need to get a separate license. That's our submission. And then I've Lord referred to various other judgments which cite this principle. And then, my Lord, in paragraph 10, I have given an example. Your Lordship has seen that light motor vehicle includes road roller. The definition includes a road roller of less than 7,500 kilos. Now, road roller is a separate license, my Lord, under section 10. Road roller drives completely differently than a normal car It doesn't have separate wheels. It has that huge wheel and the turning radius is immense. It drives totally differently. It's very, very heavy. So if Mukul Devangan was correct and we are wrong in what we are submitting, theoretically, even to drive a road roller, all I need to have is my light motor vehicle license. And I'm just showing a lot the sort of absurdity of where this can lead to. Particularly in view of the fact, 9(6) I have already pointed out, you need to be tested on the vehicle that you are getting a license for. Now, if light motor vehicle is so diverse that it can take within its ambit a car, a truck, a bus, a road roller, then that means you can go for a test on your Maruti 800 vehicle and then say, now I am fit to drive a road roller. Because light motor vehicle includes a road roller which is less than 7,500 kilograms. What happens to all those sections, including the section which says you must be tested on the vehicle that you are applying for a license for? The whole idea is that you must show your competence to drive that kind of vehicle. This is a totally different kind. Just because light motor vehicle, my lord, light motor vehicle is something which it just defines weight, that's all. So in para 11, I've given that, my lord, section 9. Nine three, 9(6) actually should have been added in this. 15 is. And then para 13 is where, Lord, I've given what I think is the reason why they've made a difference between transport and non-transport vehicles. Basically, that's my submission, my lord. I'm very grateful to your lordship.
Thank you, Mr. We'll hear the other side now and then rejoin there if you want to supplement, because
Just on
right, just 2 minutes.
few more
Certainly.
sections which are left out, I'll just, my lords, if my lords have those written submissions which were filed by Mr. Dave, my lords. I want to take straight away, my lords, to the statutory provisions, which is at page 5.
Are you on the bookmark final submissions or the final submission? There are 2 submissions of Mr. Dave.
There's the first one,
The first one, right?
yes, which is indexed as written submission, then compilation. Well, as the part A is reference timeline.
Yes.
That is already covered by my learned friend.
Into bookmarked written submissions.
Yes, my lords.
Sorry, I'm bookmark. You're referring to the final written submissions, right?
Yes, my lords. It is divided into 5 parts.
Yes.
The first is reference timetable. Reference timeline.
Statutory provision.
Yes.
Tabulated chart.
Yes, yes.
And conclusion.
Yes. Well, is it shown on the screen as well?
Yes.
So the first part is reference timeline. I'll leave that. My learned friend has covered. Second is the statutory provisions, which is part B. Are with me there?
Yes.
Well, section 210 refers to 2 classes of motor vehicles, transport and light motor vehicle. It is not the type of motor vehicle. So I'll just clarify that when my lords were looking at form 7, so MVSD is specific description. SD means like in construction purposes. For construction purposes, you have separate kinds of vehicles which are used for construction. Those are the specific description motor vehicle. For that, you need a separate endorsement. Now, that also, my lords, I'll take you to that form 7, MVSD. Now, my lords, kindly see that there are these 2 classes are not co-equals.
With the 2 of you, you're good till lunch, right? So we can just say that, I mean, people who are in the court are most welcome to stay, but otherwise we are discharging the board formally till 1 o'clock, till 2 o'clock. Yes.
So one is the class which is used in section 10(2), these are not amendment came, the four classes were merged into one of the transport vehicle, but the light motor vehicle was in 10(2)(e), which was still kept separate. So that means that these two are not co-equals. They can't.
Just see that for a second again. This,
Yes.
section.
Let's 10(2)(d and 10(2)(e). So before that, my lords, there were four classes.
Before 1994, the classes were A,
Yes,
B,
yes.
then which others?
Let's kindly see adapted vehicle.
That was subsequently.
No.
That is
Let me
2019.
come to E.
Oh, it was invalid vehicle.
Yes.
For that, it was invalid vehicle.
Yes.
Adapted vehicle. Invalid carriage, sorry.
Yes.
That is the third.
Yes.
Then light motor vehicle.
Yes. Then transport vehicle. Now below the transport vehicle, these are medium passenger motor vehicle, heavy goods vehicle, heavy passenger motor vehicle.
Pre-1994.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
it doesn't seem to have.
Yes. Well, it's 1994, what it did was, it amalgamated these four classes. I'll just read out, Malas. It's
Read them,
it's
tell
there in my,
them what are those four?
yes, it's in my written submissions. It's medium goods vehicle, medium passenger vehicle, heavy goods vehicle, and heavy passenger vehicle into one class, which is transport vehicle.
Medium, say again.
Medium goods vehicle,
Okay.
medium passenger vehicle,
Yes.
heavy goods vehicle, and heavy passenger vehicle into one class of transport vehicle. And section 10(2)(d), on the other hand, it provides for light motor vehicle. So the intention of the legislature, my lords, keeping these two classes as different, is that they can't be read as equals, and a conjoint reading would definitely mean that even the authorization to a person to drive a particular class of vehicle will be based on different criterias. One is age criteria. My learned friend did take that in his submissions. While for LMV you need 18 years, for a transport vehicle, it can't be
20.
below 20 years. Now, my lords, there's also section 7, which says that a learner's license for a transport vehicle can only be issued upon a person who has held a driving license for a light motor vehicle for at least 1 year. So that is a prerequisite when you apply for a transport vehicle. And that too for a learner's license. May I go further, my lords?
Right.
Then, my lords, it's the medical certificate is another requirement, which, my lords, section 8, subclause 3 was read. It has to be read along with rule 5. Because the requirement of a medical certificate by a registered medical practitioner as to the physical fitness of an applicant for issuing of a license for a transport vehicle is given in Rule 5 of the Motor Vehicle Rules. These are attached with my written submissions. I also take my lords through that. Whereas for issuance of license of any other vehicle, a self-declaration is what it requires. If I, my lords, for an LMV, I self-declare that I am medically fit and I can drive, nothing further is required. Whereas for a transport vehicle, Rule 5 says that a registered medical practitioner has to give you a medical certificate.
Where do we get the rules, Ms.?
My lords, they are along with these only.
They are in your submission?
Yes, yes. In these submissions only in the end, the acts as well as rules are attached.
Mr. Daves?
Yes. Bookmark, my lords, these rules start from page 436 internal, my lords, of these submissions. Yes.
PDF number 440? PDF 440.
Yes.
Yes.
Then, my lords, section 9, subclause 4 provides that a person obtaining a driving license for a transport vehicle is required to possess a driving certificate issued by a school or establishment, whereas for a motor vehicle, for an LMV, there is no requirement of a driving certificate. That will also come under Rule 17(1)B. 17(1)A is without any certificate, and 17(1)B is specific to transport vehicle, which says it has to be accompanied by a driving certificate. So the intention of the legislature is to place transport vehicle at a higher degree of scrutiny, and the reason is the public safety. My lords would remember that previously when we were arguing, we had shown certain photographs of certain transport vehicle which were less than 7,500 kg, but they were school vans, or they were little bigger than school vans, but were below 7,500 kg. They are yellow in color because they are carrying children, but they are all below 7,500. So that would mean that anybody who has light motor vehicle license can drive even those buses which are carrying school children. Now, my lords, the training period. The Rule 31 prescribes that the training period for non-transport vehicle is 21 days, with actual hours of driving by the trainee being not less than 10 hours. Whereas for the transport vehicle, the minimum training period prescribed is 30 days, with not less than 15 hours of actual driving by the trainee. This, my lords, can find in Rule 31, subclause 2, 3, and 4 of the Central Motor Vehicle Rules. I'm not reading those rules, my lords. I'm just pointing them out.
Last time it had been pointed out to us.
Yes, my lords. So we have read that. I'm just pointing it out in short so that we can save time, my lords. Then the syllabus prescribed. Now, my lords, these transport vehicle, the syllabus of these vehicle covers topics such as night driving, hill driving, emergency maneuvers, fire hazards, firefighting, and prevention methods on vehicles.
Non-transport is covered by A, B, C, F, G, and K.
Yes.
My notes for last time say that.
Yes.
And for transport vehicles, E, F, G,
yes,
H, I, J, K.
Yes, my lords.
Go ahead.
The next page is important, my lords. There's a tabulated chart Well, it's on page 7. There is a tabulated chart which is highlighting the distinction between the requirements of license for light motor vehicle and transport vehicle. So this is a summary of the differences in two licenses. Well, as the age and time requirement, section 4, section 7, subclause 1.
10, 14.
Yes.
A.
Yes.
Rule 5, you've shown us some rules also.
Yes. Rule 5 is with regard to the medical certificates. That is in the second column. Then the driving certificates I had mentioned. Then there is a separate, well, it's on the next page, my lords would see there is a necessity for permits also, which is under section 66. So while you're driving a light motor vehicle, you're having that license, there is no necessity for permit. Whereas for a transport vehicle, you would require a permit under section 66 from the regional or the state transport authority to use a vehicle as a transport vehicle. Then the validity of the license, that is also under section 14. My lords have rightly written that. So the validity initially for a transport vehicle is 5 years, whereas for LMV who has attained 30 years of age on the date of issue or renewal, valid till such person attains 40 years of age. And my lords, it goes on till 55 years. Then there are other differentiating factors, which are requirements of uniform and badges. When you're driving a transport vehicle, the driver is expected to wear a particular kind of uniform and badge, which is under section 28. Now, further as we go up in the table, then the state governments make such rules prescribing which kind of uniform or badges the driver has to wear, which is under section 28, subclause 2, subclause D. Then duties and functions, conduct, then the syllabus. The last part is the syllabus. So these are the differentiations, my lords, in both the requirements.
Yes.
So my lords, when in the judgment of Mukund Devangan, syllabus is not dealt with properly. And that is in para 22. My lords, in part D of the written submissions, there are judicial pronouncement and a chart of conflicting views. Last time we had read them in detail. My lords, I can quickly run through these judgments.
That's all right. It really ultimately.
These
boils
are
down to
8 judgments, my lords, where we could see that there are difference in judicial pronouncements so far as the LMV and transport vehicle are concerned. My lords, these are my submissions with respect to the differences, my lords. I am so deeply obliged, my lords.
That was on my left when Malord had
You
issued.
want to take 2 minutes? Just 2 minutes and then we'll take
About 4-5 minutes, Your Lordship.
Sure.
Your Lordships, there are 3 issues which I'd like to highlight. One has already been dealt with conclusively in effect in terms of the 1994 amendment effect and how it indicates the conscious will of the legislature. Your Lordships, on day 1 had also noted that in terms of section 10, subsection 2, there is a particular phrase or a particular term which is used, which indicates a special emphasis in terms of the word expressed. That indicates that there is a conscious emphasis which is laid down to treat these as non-equals. So to that extent, this argument in terms of what the 94 amendment weighs and what it tries to introduce, that has already been dealt with. I'll just come to 2 more arguments which deal with the aspect of impact and how insurance companies, particularly which are a vital stakeholder in the process, would be affected by it. And the first argument deals with the aspect of contra preferentum. And the second argument, Your Lordships, in terms of the insurance policies and the premiums, is basis a law in economics argument. I'll deal with the second argument first. Your Lordships, the law in economics argument is fairly straightforward. In terms of what transpires is that if LMVs and every other category is treated as equal, then what transpires is that as soon as an accident is committed or an accident takes place and the insurance company is saddled with the liability, over a period of time, what happens is that premiums across the market tend to increase. They may not increase in one go, but over a period of time, these premiums
If they don't utilize it, then there's a lot of deprivation. That's also an economics argument for interpreting the law.
Certainly, your lordships are absolutely right, which is why the union, when it's coming up with the amendments in question and when it is deliberating upon that, will perhaps be best equipped to answer it. But at the present form, in the manner in which this statutory conflict is being addressed, the difficulty is that instead of the nature of the vehicle, the weight becomes the predominant category. And as soon as that comes into play, there are very limited defenses or very limited arguments which an insurance company can put forth, despite it saying that this is not a.
Yes.
Yes, your lordships.
Is there any empirical data to suggest that there has been an increase of premium for an actual exercise? Or are you just speculating that such a thing it might happen?
No, your
Because
lordship.
you are talking about economics here and would want and expect figures.
Certainly. Certainly. Your lordships, there is no empirical analysis which has been conducted for the precise reason that as soon as this is something which is brought to the fore, the IRDA, which is the insurance sector regulator, that it will cut down on this or it will stamp down on this due to the aspect of price cartelization. The insurance premium upwards. So no insurance company on its own will be conducting this actuarial analysis and putting it out in the public domain. So that's the difficulty which arises. And the second argument, your lordships, the argument which ties up with this is relating to contra preferentum. The aspect which I'm trying to invite your lordship's attention is that an insurance policy, or for that matter, any consumer protection policy, any insurance document, will be interpreted for the terms that it contains within it. And more often than not, or almost in an overwhelming set of circumstances, the insurance company is the only one which is coming out with this policy, and it's more or less a standard form document. The difficulty which is arising in this particular circumstance is that due to the interpretation which is put forth by Devangan, the courts or the tribunals below, they are stating, due to the statutory conflict, that we will interpret it in a manner which is against the insurance company. And they are stating that because there is ambiguity in it and because there is a statutory conflict on it, the policy term must be interpreted to the detriment of the insurance company and in favor of the insurer holder. So that is a policy issue which arises for consideration, because as soon as that conflict is resolved, this aspect of contra preferentum wipes out. So that's the last argument. And just as a concluding argument, your lordships, while your lordships would answer the reference, my request would be that the matters in question be sent to the respective coordinate benches, because then their application should be tested in the particular facts and circumstances, because that is exactly what transpired even in the last insurance related CB of Hilly multipurpose, when a 5-judge bench interpreted section 13(2) and dealt with the aspect of written statements and what is the mandatory timeline for fixing it. And after that, those matters have come up before the respective coordinate benches.
Thank you.
Grateful for a patient hearing, your lordships.
Just before my other side starts, can I just take half a minute? My Lord Justice Narasimha's, my Lord, query on what is the economics of people who are not allowed to drive. No, just on that, that they may not be able to use these transport vehicles unless. Answer is very simple. That if you need to have a certain expertise, experience, etc., then you can get that. You can sit for a test. You can get that certificate from the driving school, sit for a test and get the authorization or the endorsement of driving a transport vehicle. It's not that these people will be debarred from driving a transport. All that they need to do, if they need a certain experience or expertise, they must get it before they drive that kind of vehicle, because otherwise, my lord, they are a danger on the road.
Point you made last time.
Lord, please.
Thank you.
I didn't want to say anything. Very
Yes,
attractive
President.
arguments on this side, but the union has taken a stand after they were going to issue the notification Therefore, appearing for the union, I don't think I can take any contrary stand today till the law is amended. But because of the interlocking
You have
definition,
adopted, Devangan.
that's right. Because of the interlocking definitions, I find all these conflicts have arisen. The public carriage, public service vehicle, private service vehicle. So all that is because of the interlocking definitions.
Provisions.
So I don't find section 3 can be read in a way.
It's a definition.
But
Read in a
but
way where that's right.
ultimately,
I don't think section.
assuming that you want to bring about an amendment, it has to be a comprehensive amendment to the whole scheme.
That's true.
How can you only amend the definition?
That's true. That's true.
The amendment of the definition will not really help you.
As I read it, as I said, interlocking definitions are there, which has led to these problems. That's right. But
Amending the definition, you
speaking
cannot
for
be able
myself,
to-
I don't think section 3's construction as placed may be appropriate.
That-
I don't want to say anything beyond that.
No, but Mr. Before you sit down,
Your Lordship.
see, there was a notification we saw last time
Yes.
giving effect to what was declared as the law in Devangan, right? Now, today you are saying that that is the Union of India's stand on the law until the amendment exercise is carried out finally. Is that what you are trying to say? All right.
That's
Because there should not be any confusion on this.
Because last time you had said, the Union of India will withdraw the notification and issue fresh guidelines or rules. Now that
That is no more the amendment.
that's no longer the.
But I mean. But then going by the notification, I find section 3 construction.
Lord, the last occasion, my lord, we have all given our written submissions.
I'm yet to ask.
Well, two of us have completed the arguments. Mr. Bhandari was on his legs and Ms. Shinoy was yet to speak.
Devrat had argued and Mr. Kaustubh had argued.
I was on my legs, my lord, when
He was arguing and Ms. Shinoy has yet to speak.
And I will only give a small overview of my argument at the end, only to freshen up, my lord, because I have argued on the point of the cross-reference and also on the overall syllabus, which was actually just pointed out.
my lord. My lord, I was on my legs when my lord had issued notice to the union. Now, first thing I want to, which has been missed out, and there's some confusion regarding how the acts amendments came into place, because that will give us insight as to how to interpret them. My lord may have page 69 of Mr. Dave's submission, that is Mukund Devangan's judgment. Para 7 of that judgment, that's very crucial. Mukund Devangan's judgment, para 7. that gives an excerpt of the act which stood prior to 94 amendment.
You should ask them to see the written submissions in bookmarked one or the final one.
My lord,
Okay, page 69.
page 69,
Yes, you are.
para 7 of Mukund Devan Ganas?
Yes.
Yes. Para 7 says section 10 deals with the form and contents of the license to drive. Section 10 as it stood before the amendment made in 94 by virtue of Amendment Act 54 is extracted as under. Clause 2, my lord. A learner's license or as they may driving license shall also be expressed as entitling the holder to drive a motor vehicle or one or more of the following cases. 1. Motorcycle without gear, motorcycle with gear, invalid carriage, light motor vehicle, medium goods vehicle, medium passenger motor vehicle, heavy goods vehicle, heavy passenger motor vehicle, road roller, motor vehicle of specific description. So there is no mention of any transport vehicle. There is no concept of transport vehicle under section 10. Medium goods vehicle and medium passenger motor vehicle. So transport vehicle is either goods or passenger. So they have specifically divided it into two, that medium goods vehicle and medium passenger vehicle. But no such division is there in transport, light LMV, light motor vehicle. So all that indicates that all, even goods and passenger vehicle can be driven by a license under LMV, provided it is below 7,500. That is the law as it stood as on 1994. Now I ask a question to myself. I am an auto driver in 1993. I am driving a transport vehicle and I want a license. Which license would I get? Obviously, I'll get a light motor vehicle. There is no concept of transport vehicle. And that license is valid for next 20 years. So from 94 to next 20 years, during the regime of 94 to 2018, when new act came, I was having a valid license of LMV and I could drive a auto rickshaw or whatever. An entire country was doing it. Read this with, my lord, form 4, which is at page 75. Page 75. This is form 4, form of application for license to drive a motor vehicle. This mirrors the section 10. So even licenses were being issued under these categories. So both transport and non-transport vehicle under 7,500 were being driven under LMV license. This is very clear. There is no concept of. Now, how was it introduced? My lord, may go back to page para 10.
This form 4 held the field from 89 to 2000, right?
89 to actually 94 was the amendment. The form were changed later on in 2001.
2001, yes.
So actually, in reality, in practical application, this position held field from 88 to 2001. 89. Now, my lord, may have para 10. What was the amendment done? This is post 94 amendment.
Page 76, right?
My lord, I think I have a different page in issue. I'm sorry. Page 71 it shows.
Right.
So now the 4 categories which are read, goods and passenger of both medium and heavy, were subsumed into one and made it into transport vehicle. So this is what a transport vehicle means. LMV is still there. LMV is something else. So those 4 categories became one. And idea was to simplify. My lord, may have just a page above, place item E, giving the para 4. This item E, therefore, the proposed legislation has been prepared in light of the above background. The bill inter alia provides for modification and amplification of certain definition of new type of vehicle, simplification of procedure for grant of driving license. Mukund Devangan, I'll read the paragraphs later, says that the reason for amendment was to simplify. Having so much confusion of 4 different type of vehicles doesn't make sense. So have just one transport vehicle. Now, what flows from this is that in the entire act, what they have read, that transport vehicle requires a better training, better course and more requirements is this transport vehicle, these 4. I'll give an example. My lord may have the course requirement. My lord may have page 449. This is regarding syllabus. 449 rule 31, which they read.
449 is the same one, right?
Yes, same document. 449 rule 31, my lord has.
Right.
Yes, syllabus for imparting instruction in driving motor vehicles. I'll read rule 3, sub rule 3. The lessons for training drivers of transport vehicle shall cover E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Let's see what they are. My lord may go down, may come to 451. That is syllabus E, medium and heavy vehicle driving theory. Now, does the auto rickshaw driver needs to pass this exam of medium and heavy vehicle driving theory?
451, what are you reading?
My lord, I am reading page 451.
Which one in 451? Number?
This is chapter E. I read rule 3, which provides that transport vehicle course has to be E, F, G, H, I, J, K. E is medium and heavy driving theory, vehicle driving theory. F, again, H is page 454, is heavy vehicle driving practice.
Yes, yes.
So the idea being transport vehicle when used under the act refers to medium and heavy vehicle. Let's not confuse transport vehicle now with the weight category. Transport vehicle is a different concept. I'll come to that. Act goes by the weight theory. My skills are determined by the weight of the vehicle I am driving, not the nature of use. That's the theme of the act, and I'll make that good. Even the definitions are very clear about it. So this was the provision post 94. So 94 consumed those 4 definitions into one, which is very critical. How was transport vehicle introduced? So only those people driving a heavy vehicle. My lord, may I have section 7 again for a moment? Section 7, no person shall be granted learner license to drive a transport vehicle unless he has held a driving license to drive a light motor vehicle for at least 1 year. This was introduced in 94. What does this mean? That prior to getting a transport vehicle license, I need to drive a LMB for 1 year. So it doesn't mean that on the same license I'll get endorsement. Sorry, learner's license. Learner's license and transport vehicle here means those heavy vehicles, not those regular vehicles. So that is, and it was introduced in 94 along with the amendment to the definition. This was not there prior to 94. That's the idea. That's the theme of the act. Now, my lord, may have my written submission. I'll show how does the act work, because even the last time my lord had put to us, my lord may have page 57 of written submissions for the respondent claimants. My lord, Anuj Bhandari. we have filed a consolidated written submissions of all the claimants and respondents. On page 57 is my submission. My lord,
Yes.
yes. So my first argument was that this was 94 amendment. Then the Mukund Devangan regime came. Mukund Devangan was decided in 2017. Post that, they have implemented in 2018 Mukund Devangan. There were two amendments which very clearly says that LMV is something else and transport vehicle is confined to heavy and light. So next 7 years till date, that regime is continuing. Learned AG has also agreed to that. So my first submission was, what is the provision we are actually interpreting? We are effectively interpreting 94 to 2018. And any interpretation gives, my lord would have to decide if my lord wants to give it a retrospective operation or not. Or because all the claims which have been, it is effectively all regarding the claim. Theoretically, we can argue all, but practically, those claims have already been decided, the 7 years back claim. Now to give a change that settled law and people would have got it, now to change that and reopen those cases, would, my lord might reconsider that. Having said that, now my lord, I have my second submission. Just on a sideline, the new submissions are not under challenge. The new amendment are not under challenge before my lords, not decided by High Court, not decided by DBO of this court, not 3 judges. There's no occasion to my lord directly interpret the new amendment, because every time they'll make amendment in the rules, constitution bench. That's my submission, but should not really sit and interpret every time a new amendment is made to the rules. What is before my lord is regime between 94 to 2018. Having said that, my lord, 62, I have made a table. How does this act work? Now there is classification based on weight. 62, submission 3. This is the written submission, my lord, consolidated written submissions I was written.
Yes.
Yes. This is how the act works. So there's a classification based on weight, which is obviously medium, light, medium, and heavy. Then there is a classification based on description or type, which is motor car, transport vehicle, omnibus, road roller, tractor, adaptive vehicle, motorcycle. And thirdly, there is sub-classification, which is passenger or goods, private or public, and educational. Now, how do I get that? My lord, I have the definitions. So they can't really compare light motor vehicle with transport vehicle. That is what my submission would be. My lord, I have the definition for a moment. I'll read definition of motor car, which is 317 of Mr. Dave's submissions. This is the act definition 2 clause 26 motor car. Motor car means any motor vehicle other than a transport vehicle, omnibus, road roller, tractor, motorcycle. So what is a motor car? Anything except these 5. So now this becomes a complete set. They become a class together, they become a class in themselves. Other than a transport vehicle, there is no requirement for any weight category here. So motor car means a motor vehicle other than a transport vehicle, omnibus, road. So they together form one category based on description. My lord, I have definition of light motor vehicle. Means that is 21. Means a transport vehicle or omnibus, the gross vehicle weight of either of which or motor car or tractor or road roller laden weight of which does not exceed 7,500. Then medium goods, any other goods carriage other than light vehicle or a heavy goods. Medium passenger means any public or vehicle or private service vehicle or education institute bus other than a motorcycle, adaptive vehicle, light motor vehicle or heavy. So they three together form one class, light, medium, heavy. So there's one class qua weight, one class qua description. Now my lord may have that table again. My submission here is page 62 of my written submission, that these are watertight compartments and you can't transpose, take one and put it in other compartment. What they want to do is compare transport vehicle and put it in the weight category, or take LMV and put it in the description category. Now, entire act is based on the weight category. The way licenses are granted, the requirement for licenses, my skills are all regarding weight. The category of description, because there's no license granted for motor vehicle. Exception is a tractor, because there is a specific provision in section 10 for tractor. But except that, under this category, there's no license for motor car. There's no license for a tractor, adaptive vehicle, a motorcycle and a road roller. I'm sorry. Motorcycle and road roller are specific categories. Now let us assume that it is granted qua transport vehicle. There is no provision for a motorcycle transport vehicle. The way the licenses they have been showing are all post by some NGO that it would lead to safety if you have a separate, if they don't have a transport vehicle license. I ask for myself, my lord, if a person holding transport vehicle license is allowed to drive all kinds of vehicle, then an auto rickshaw driver would tomorrow start driving a heavy vehicle. Because idea is not to grant a license on the basis of description. It has to be again on the basis of weight. And that's a legislature's domain. They have decided 7,500. That is it. They can make it lesser, make it 2,000, make it 3,000, have another category till the time, because I think that is one of the proposal in the new amendment. 3,500 is the proposed amendment. My lord may have section 183. That is 407 of Mr. Dave's argument, submissions, 406, section 183. Driving at excess speed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very
How long would you take roughly?
10-15 minutes from now.
A little time after wrapping it up.
I will,
Give you a little time.
I'll take just 5 minutes to counter these
After
questions with regard to.
we will just only refresh, my lord.
Require
And
5 minutes.
whatever we have argued, we'll just refresh it now.
So Mandari, you take your time.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Check. Check.
Apologies for the delay. Yes, Mr. Bhandari.
Very briefly, what I've argued till now, bullet points. Firstly, my lord, I have stated the amendments which has happened. Until date, there has been a constant stream, undisturbed, which is ad item. There is no disturbance. The interpretation has been constant. The amendments have been constant. Secondly, the Act provides for 3 different blocks. One is qua the weight, then qua the use, and the subcategory. These blocks, the items can't be transposed from one to another. And the licenses have traditionally been granted only qua the first column, that is qua the weight. Now coming to the core issue, which is there, my lord, the main question of law which is to be addressed is not just that whether a person having LMV can drive a transport vehicle. It is the fundamental issue here would be the term transport vehicle used in section 10. Does it mean the term which it replaced in 94 amendment, the 4 terms it replaced, or does it mean the definition under the Act? Because then definition includes everything. So that is what my lords have to address. My lord may have section 10 for a moment again. Clause 2, alert. Moment again.
Just 1 second. Section 10.2.
10.2. A learner's license, or as the case may be, driving license shall also be expressed as entailing the holder to drive motor vehicle of one or more of the following classes, namely motor vehicle without gear, motorcycle without gear, motorcycle with gear, adapted vehicle, light motor vehicle, transport vehicle, road roller, motor vehicle of specific description. So what does the transport vehicle mean here? That's the issue. Now, if for a moment I can apply for license of any of these categories, their case is they are taking 2 contrary stands. On one stand, they are saying that you have
What's meant by expressed as entitling?
No.
The words are expressed as entitling.
Expressed as.
Does that mean that the license has to specify which of those categories the license covers?
Well, license has to specify the category it is covering.
So suppose in that case, it says one or more categories.
One or more
classes.
Yes.
So suppose somebody is entitled to drive a light LMV as well as a transport vehicle. Should the license specify LMV stroke transport?
Let's test that proposition. That's exactly what
we're just inquiring of you.
Yes,
like you to respond to
that is exactly the issue. Now, let us say I have to apply for a license. I'm an auto rickshaw driver. Let's stretch it to both the extremes. I'm an auto rickshaw driver. I need a license. I won't be applying for both of them. I'll be applying for transport vehicle license I can get. That is their case, that you are driving a transport vehicle on a license of LMV. So I apply for a transport vehicle license, I get a transport vehicle license. Now let us read the definition. Will I be entitled to drive everything which transport vehicle covers? Or will an auto rickshaw driver, as we saw the syllabus, need to first learn how to drive a heavy vehicle, get a clearance of heavy vehicle license, and then come and drive an auto rickshaw? Let's look at the definitions for a moment. My lord, 316 of the compilation of Mr. Dave. Let's read the
247, right? 247.
My lord, sorry.
But vehicle is 247.
Okay, I'm ready. So I'm reading section 2, clause 16. There are few definitions I want to read, and my lord may look at these definitions in light of my submissions. Heavy goods vehicle means any goods carriage and gross vehicle. I'm sorry, my lord. Let's start with motor vehicle. That's the basic definition. 28. That is the mechanical definition of what a motor vehicle is. That's like top of the pyramid. That's the technical definition. Means any mechanically propelled vehicle adapted for use upon roads, whether the power of propulsion is transmitted through. The definition is technical. I don't want to read it in entirety. So that's where it starts. Now then there are three classes based on weight. My lord may have light motor vehicle first, 21. Light motor vehicle means a transport vehicle. That is very critical. Means a transport vehicle, it's already included. Or omnibus, the gross vehicle weight of either of which, or a motor car or a tractor. So transport vehicle, a light motor vehicle includes a transport vehicle, a motor car and a tractor. It includes all three. Essentially everything under 7,500 kgs. Then my lord may have medium goods vehicle, 23. Means any goods carriage other than light motor vehicle or heavy goods vehicle. So exclude light and heavy, everything in middle is medium. And there are two definitions, medium goods and medium passenger, essentially dividing them in two. And same goes for heavy. Heavy is 16. So means any goods carriage, the gross weight of which or a tractor or a roller, laden weight, unladen weight of either of which exceeds 12,000 kg. Heavy passengers motor vehicle, 17. Means any public service vehicle, private service vehicle, educational bus, omnibus, the gross weight of which, or a motor car, unladen weight of which is. So motor car is included in all three of them. Tractor is included in all three of them. And by definition, transport vehicle is included in all three of them. Now let's have transport vehicle. (47). Transport vehicle means public service vehicles, a goods carriage, an educational institution bus, or a private service vehicle. So I can read definition of each one of them, but broadly the principle is if you are carrying passengers, then it goes under the passenger. If you're carrying goods, it goes under the goods.
But then why did section 10 specify transport vehicles and light motor vehicles separately?
Yes, that's the point. My submission is it originally it was heavy and medium prior to 94 amendment. Why it was replaced is those four terms were replaced by the word transport vehicle. It did not bring in the entire definition of transport vehicle there. It is just a nomenclature. Instead of four, I am giving you one package. That was the idea. Now, because if you read transport vehicle,
It includes an LMV.
it includes LMV. A transport vehicle is also there in medium, and transport vehicle is also there in heavy.
It's the usage
The
piece.
usage.
Yes. So transport vehicle is of all three categories. Motor vehicle is also three categories. So if you are giving license for transport vehicle, then give a license for motor vehicle as well. A separate license, a separate endorsement. How is transport vehicle a special category? The definition of light motor vehicle says means a transport vehicle or omnibus, the gross weight of which either or of which or a motor car or a tractor. So give an endorsement for motor car as well. Second concept, that's not the idea. Idea is that read it as confined to those heavy and medium. It does not bring in that every category of transport vehicle. Now, the second submission I was making, if I get a license of transport vehicle, then by definition, it can be either light, heavy or medium. So now, just by one license, I can drive all of them.
Very broadly couched. That's the reason for that. Driving license under 10, 210.
10. Driving license means the license issued by a competent authority under Chapter 2, authorizing the person specified herein to drive otherwise other than as a learner, a motor vehicle or a motor vehicle of any specified class or description. So fairly broad definition. But
That's right, that's the reason.
let's read section 2 itself, the opening lines, definition. In this act, unless context otherwise requires. So the context of section 10 is different. they want to bring in entire definition of transport vehicle in section 10.
Yes.
About those other submissions made by your colleagues on the other side, on the structure of the statute with respect to section 4, section 7, 9, 10, 14, 2A.
Yes.
There specifically at every stage, there is an additional and a special requirement so far as the transportation vehicle is concerned. How do
Of
you?
course, there has to be, someone is driving a heavy vehicle, a medium vehicle.
So you
they
say
have to
that
be
additional
specifically trained.
requirement is not something QA license.
Yes.
That's your.
Yes, that is because section 10 deals specifically with the license, and so does form 4. So when you are giving a license, it has to be read in the context that it replaces those 4 terms. That's the idea. It is just a nomenclature for those 4 terms together. Medium goods, medium passenger, heavy goods, heavy passengers. So it replaces that. That is how it was born, that under section 10.
So statute prescribes what additional requirement is there for a transport vehicle, but then the statute does not prohibit or prescribe any special conditions for obtaining a transport vehicle. The LMV itself is sufficient,
Yes.
is what you say.
Yes. So question is then, how do you interpret?
Then how does the,
Yes. So section 10, I propose that.
So, but is it your contention that if you have an LMV license, then without fulfilling the additional conditions that you are entitled to,
I can
drive a
drive all
transport
kinds of
vehicle?
transport vehicle which is under LMV category. I can drive everything which is under LMV category as defined under the Act. LMV includes, how can we exclude transport vehicle when the definition provides that it includes transport vehicle? Section 2, clause 21, light motor vehicles means a transport vehicle. So it's always there. So as soon as I acquire a license of.
What is the prescription so far as those additional conditions for a transport vehicle then?
So now.
They come to be enforced then?
Yes.
How do they draw the distinction
Yes.
between?
Now the Act, the way it is working today is very clear. LMV, you take a license, drive every kind of LMV vehicle. As soon as you go into medium and heavy category, then you have to fulfill all those criteria required.
So that fulfillment is not a requirement of a license, is what you're saying?
No, a license I'm getting, if I'm getting that transport vehicle license.
Only LMV license, but you are actually using the vehicle as a transport vehicle.
Yes. So
then when you're using it, the requirements provided under the various under the sections and the rules. So suppose they are not fulfilled, then how does the enforcement take place?
Let's have that section again, Malot. Rule 31, which was the main contention there. Page 449. Section 7. Syllabus for imparting instruction in driving motor vehicles. Syllabus for imparting instruction driving motor vehicle for school or establishment shall be as follows. The lessons for training drivers of non-transport vehicles shall cover A, B, C, D, A, B, C, F, G, K. That is clause 2. And clause 3 is lessons for driving transport vehicle shall cover E, F, G, H, I, J, K. I was on page 449, rule 31. My lord, Azhar?
Yes.
So clause 3 provides that EFGH IJK are the syllabus I have to cover to get a transport license. Now look at this, and ABCFGK are for non-driving. Tables gives A, driving theory, fine. C is light vehicle driving practice. D is vehicle mechanics and repair. E, which is for transport, medium and heavy vehicle driving theory. So their broad contention is you need to a specialized training, a specialized course you have to clear. That's their submission. So what course I have to clear? Medium and heavy driving, vehicle driving. So how does a LMV holder need to first learn? Because next EF is traffic education, G is heavy vehicle driving practice. It's absurd if, like I said, a small auto rickshaw driver has to first practice a heavy vehicle, not even medium. Heavy vehicle driving practice and then get a license for auto.
Would it be also just throwing up an alternative construction which may actually carry your argument? All transport vehicles are not light motor vehicles.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yes, definitely.
So if you are driving a transport vehicle, other than a vehicle which falls under 221, namely the definition of light motor vehicle, then you have to fulfill the additional requirement.
Yes.
But if the transport vehicle which you are driving is a light motor vehicle within the meaning of 21, then the conditions which you have to fulfill are those of a light motor vehicle for obtaining a license and not of a transport vehicle. There is a little bit of an ambiguity in the act.
If I may take the same argument forward, my lord, what I propose is...
Therefore, if you see now again, when we saw section 10, it includes light motor vehicle and it includes transport vehicle. And I asked you the question, if transport vehicles are subsumed in light motor vehicle, why did that provision mention both separately?
Correct.
A transport vehicle which is within the weight of 7,500 is a light motor vehicle. So the reason why they mentioned transport vehicle here in 10 is that this entry covers those which are not light motor vehicles.
Correct. Exactly.
So possibly can your argument be rephrased? I mean, just think over it. Don't say yes because I'm putting it to you. Could it possibly be that, well, if you are driving a transport vehicle which is a light motor vehicle, then you don't have to fulfill any of the other additional conditions for a transport vehicle?
Correct, my lord. What is falling for, I subscribe to that, my lord. I'll add to that rather. If section 10 is read, because first part, a motorcycle without gear, motorcycle with gear. Now, going by the definition of transport vehicle, if I'm carrying goods or people in a motorcycle, which is happening today, it will fall under definition of transport vehicle. So way it can be interpreted is you take away from transport vehicle, motorcycle with gear, motorcycle without gear, adapted vehicle, light motor vehicle.
Is a motorcycle a transport vehicle?
It will be if it is carrying a...
But you see the definition of transport vehicle,
yes,
47, means a public service vehicle.
Or a private service vehicle.
Public service vehicle, see, it won't be, private service vehicle has to carry more than 6 persons.
My lord, I'll just read the definition. So, transport vehicle means public service vehicle, a goods carriage, an education institution, bus or a private service vehicle. Now, let's read private service vehicle.
33.
Private service means a motor vehicle constructed or adapted to carry more than 6 persons, excluding the driver, and ordinarily used on behalf of owner of such vehicle for purpose of carrying persons or in connection with trade business other than for the hire or reward, but does not include motor vehicle used for public purpose. Now, public service vehicle means any motor vehicle used, this is 35, or adapted to be used for carriage of passenger or hire reward, and includes a maxi cab, motor cab, contract carriage, and stage carriage. So anyone
motorcycle will not be there.
No, any motor vehicle. It uses the word motor vehicle. Goes back to the mechanical definition.
That is there in 33, but 33 talks about the number of persons.
No, 35. I'm talking about 35. Means any motor vehicle used or adapted to be used for carriage of passengers. So motor vehicle, which includes a motorcycle.
Or reward.
Yes.
So that will not apply to any motorcycle.
No, so today you have those Ola, Uber motor cabs. So no.
That category you may be right.
Yes. So I'm talking about that category. When it is used as a transport vehicle. Even my car, it is a private car, but when I'm using it as a transport vehicle,
then it becomes a public service vehicle.
So then now do I need to abide by all the requirements they say that a transport vehicle is required to have a driving license, have those heavy vehicle tested, even though that part is excluded specifically for motor vehicle, but rest of the requirements for a transport vehicle.
So could it have been the intent of the legislature that, the enhanced requirements really apply where the laden weight is more than 7,500?
Yes, that's why we go back to the same that prior to 94, those were those four terms, heavy and medium
They combined them into one category.
of transport vehicle. So when transport vehicle is used broadly, it is used qua that heavy and medium. Not in a
Those additional requirements will apply only when the
Only
vehicle.
to those
Yes.
where the
Only
vehicle
to those,
weight is
not
more
to the
than
light.
Yeah.
7,500.
Yes. So obviously we are not shying away the fact here, and we are not even opposing this, that there are additional requirements for transport vehicle.
But for those transport vehicles, we don't fall in the category of light motor.
Precisely. If I am getting a light motor vehicle under section 10, I can get all these four licenses. So if I am getting a light motor vehicle, I can drive everything under light motor vehicle. When I am getting transport vehicle license, that has to be heavy and medium.
Because to be shaking his head, so we have to hear him on a contrary construction. He's we see a lot of things from this side also.
So
You can, if you can certainly, Mr. Kaustuv, you can certainly respond, because this is an exercise of interpretation. There's no. After him, he'll just finish now. Almost done.
yes, my lord. Now, my lord, their broad contention was that one,
Reconciliation हो जाएगा. Act,
my lord,
which is 54 of 1994,
my lord.
was there any statement of objects or notes
Yes,
on
yes, yes.
clauses?
Mukund Devangan,
In fact,
my lord, may I have,
Mishra refers to it.
my lord, may I have Mukund Devangan for a moment. Page, para 7 is that amendment, and then yes, para 7 is the earlier provision. Then para 9, it gives the object and reason. My lord has it? That would be page 69 of Mr. Dave's submission. Para 9. If I may read, one. Para 9. The amendment has been made in section 10 by virtue of Amendment Act of 94.
Bookmark.
Para 9, I am reading of Mukund Devangan.
57, no?
Para 9. Amendment has been made in section 10 by virtue of Amendment Act 94. The statement of object and reason of the Amendment Act is being relevant is extracted.
Yes.
Yes. The Motor Vehicle Act consolidated and rationalized the various laws regulating road transport. The Act came into force with effect from 1789, replacing Motor Vehicle Act 39. After coming into force, the Motor Act 88, government received a number of representation and suggestions from the state government, transport operator and member of public regarding the inconvenience faced by them because of operation of some of the provisions of the Act. A review committee was thereof constituted by the government in March 90 to examine and review the 88 Act. The recommendation of the review committee were forwarded to the state government for comments, and they generally agree with the recommendation. Government also considered a large number of representation received after finalization of the report of the review committee from the transport operator and public for making amendment of the act. Draft of the proposals based on the recommendation of the review committee and representation from the public were placed before the transport department. The important suggestions made by the transport are related to as under: A, introduction of new type of vehicle and fast increasing number of both commercial and personal vehicle in the country. B, providing adequate compensation.
Simplification.
Simplification. 4,
A and B.
yes. F is simplification of procedure, and again, therefore, the bill also says that modification and amplification. B is simplification for grant. Now, my lord, I want to read another paragraph from now that my lord is in para 58. How Mukund Devangan deals with it. And I think that's the only possible interpretation of it. Para 58. What is it? Transport vehicle has been defined in section 247 of the Act to mean a public service vehicle, a goods carriage, an education institution, bus, or a private service vehicle. Public service vehicle has been defined under 235 to mean any motor vehicle used or adapted to be used for carriage of passengers for hire or reward, and includes a maxi cab, motor cab, contract carriage, and stage carriage. Goods carriage, which is also a transport vehicle, is defined in section 214 to mean a motor vehicle constructed or adapted for use solely for carriage of goods, or motor vehicle not so constructed to adapt it to UK. It was rightly submitted that a person holding license to drive light motor vehicle registered for private use, who is driving a similar vehicle which is registered or insured for the purpose of carrying passengers or hire or reward, would not require an endorsement to drive a transport vehicle, as the same is not contemplated by the provisions of the Act. It was also rightly contended that there are several vehicles which can be used for private as well as for carrying passengers for hire and reward. When a driver is authorized to drive a vehicle, he can drive it irrespective of the fact whether it is used for private purpose or for the purpose of hire and or reward, or for carrying goods in the same vehicle. It is what it is intended by the provisions of the Act and Amendment of 94. 59. Section 10 of the Act requires a driver to hold a license with respect to a class of vehicle and not with respect to a type of vehicle. In one class of vehicle, there may be different kinds of vehicle. If they fall in the same class of vehicle, no separate endorsement is required to drive such vehicles. As light motor vehicles include transport vehicle also, a holder of light motor vehicle license can drive all the vehicles of the class included transport vehicles. It was pre-amendment position as well as post-amendment position of Form 4 as amended on 28/3/2001. Any other interpretation would be repugnant to the definition of light motor vehicles in Section 22, Clause 21, and the provisions of Section 10(2)(d), Rule 8 and 189 of the 1989 rules, other provisions, and also form which are in tune with the provision. Even otherwise, the form never intended to exclude transport vehicle from the category of light motor vehicle, and for light motor vehicle, the validity period of such license hold good and apply for the transport vehicle of such class also. And expression in 10(2)(e) of the Act, transport vehicle, would include medium vehicle, medium goods vehicle, medium passenger motor vehicle, heavy goods vehicle, heavy passenger motor vehicle, which earlier found place in Section 10(2)(e) to H. And our conclusion is fortified by the syllabus and rules which we have discussed. Then it gives a summary, essentially.
Mr. Vandari, why do you need a license? To acquire a license which certifies that you are capable of driving a particular class of vehicle.
Yes.
Right? Now, your vehicle, whether you are driving only by yourself, or there are some family members, or there are some passengers for hire,
Correct.
the degree of skill that you need to drive
Exactly.
would be same for each category of the goods or the passengers you are carrying,
Precisely, my lord.
right?
Precisely.
So if that is the criteria, can it be said that because today you are carrying passenger for hire, provided we are all talking in the category of below 7,500.
Yes, my lord.
In that case, can the degree of skill needed be different when you are taking passengers, or you are self-driving, or you're driving your family, or you're driving passengers
Exactly,
for hire?
my lord. That's exactly my submission, page 70 of my written submission, my lord. That nature of passengers won't determine my skill. I would be equally hazardous on road if I don't know how to drive it. Doesn't matter if my family is sitting there or I'm taking it for hire. Someone is hiring me. My skills required would have to be same. There is a benchmark which I have to cross. Nature of passengers.
You see, there's one very interesting thing. 10(2) does not indicate that you have to have, that each of those categories represents a separate category of driving licenses. We give you the example of how transport vehicles are included in light motor vehicles up to 7,500.
Correct.
Look at adapted motor vehicle.
Yes,
Adapted vehicle, 2C, 10(2)C. Adapted vehicle.
Just a second. 10.
Now, adapted vehicles defined in 2A.
My lord.
Adapted vehicle means a motor vehicle either specially designed and constructed, or to which alterations have been made under subsection 2 of section 52 for the use, not driving, for the use of a person suffering from any physical defect or disability, and used solely by or for such person. So even if it's a light motor vehicle, but it has been adapted for a person with disability, you have the ramps for entering.
Correct.
It becomes an adapted vehicle. So the license for that vehicle is a license of a light motor vehicle.
Yes.
It's not a license of any other but a light motor vehicle. So long as it is within 7,500. Which is
license for that is for an adapted vehicle.
Adapted
Section
vehicle.
10 makes it clear. You have to have a separate license. If I have a license for a light motor vehicle, I can't drive an adapted vehicle. That is totally different. That's why your lordship will find.
License for an adapted vehicle?
Yes, yes. Section 10 itself says.
We are interpreting then
That's how you're interpreting it. Suppose you have a Maruti Omni.
Yes.
All that an adapted vehicle requires is that instead of having to step into the vehicle, you will have a ramp which comes out.
No, but several adapted vehicles have a lot brakes, etc., to be used by hand, not by foot. Somebody who doesn't have the use of the
For
speed. That's
somebody who is specially challenged driving the vehicle.
right.
But this is adopted for use.
Yes.
Person suffering.
Correct. So therefore, for instance, a friend of mine who can't use his legs very well, he had an accident. Now his vehicle is adapted to have brakes, etc., and with his hands. That's an adapted vehicle. That comes under the definition of adapted vehicle. Now, surely, because that is also a light motor vehicle, because it is a motor car which is under 7,500 kilograms, it can't be said that merely because you can drive it on
the
a...
provision relating to
Adapted
the
vehicle.
adapted vehicle separate licensing process?
That's what my lord 10 says. Learner's license says the same.
It doesn't say that.
Correct. But that's what it
What's the
means.
process by which an adapted
That's why I referred to, my lord, those judgments on generalibus specialia non-derogant.
Now see,
Namely,
motorcycle without gear and motorcycle with gear. One license.
They're not.
These are categories of licenses.
these are separate categories of your license will show. In fact,
Then
if
you
your
must
lordship
show
sees,
also, if
that
that
where
was
is
the
that
case,
provision?
if that was the case, then the act and the rules must specify different requirements, different methods and different processes of granting distinctive licenses
no,
on the basis of 10.
processes that you will be tested on the kind of vehicle for which you are asking for a license. Your lordship just sees, my lord, section 9(6). Grant of driving license, he has to pass the test. If the subsection 3, if the applicant passes such test as may be prescribed by the central government, he shall be issued the driving license. And then your lordship may have, my lord, subsection 6. The test of competence to drive shall be carried out in a vehicle of the type to which the application refers. So if you are driving an adapted vehicle and your license is for an adapted vehicle, then it can't be that you get an LMV license, you drive on an LMV car, get a license for an LMV, and then go and drive an adapted car. No. That's why I gave those judgments a lot of special and general. Your lordship is right that LMV will cover transport because of the definition. But because both are there in section 10, that these are the kind of licenses that you can get. Surely, my lord, if you are driving a special vehicle, now here it is absolutely clear, this adapted vehicle namely is a special vehicle. So therefore, for that you need to have that adapted vehicle license, not an LMV license. Otherwise, what is the purpose of having, my lord, a separate adapted vehicle license? And how do you deal with section?
Going back to light motor vehicles and transport vehicles, it is clear that all transport vehicles are not subsumed within the definition of light motor vehicle.
Correct.
Therefore, if a transport vehicle is of a nature which does not fall in the definition of a light motor vehicle, then the independent requirements for a transport vehicle have to be fulfilled.
Right.
But if a transport vehicle falls within the description of a light motor vehicle, then there is no requirement under the law that you must still fulfill the additional requirements for a transport.
3.1 second part. 3.1 second part. Just have a look at 3.1 again. That's where the requirement comes from.
3.1.
No person shall drive a motor vehicle in any public place unless he holds an effective driving license issued to him, authorizing him to drive the vehicle. So if it was only till here, one could have said that, well, light motor vehicle, because it includes the transport vehicle under 7,500 kilograms. Therefore, you are authorized to drive a light motor transport vehicle under 7,500 kilograms. But it doesn't end there. And no person shall so drive a transport vehicle unless his driving license specifically entitles him so to do.
But now there are two, that's his point.
Yes.
There are two expressions which are used in 3.1, authorizing and entitling.
Yes.
Legislature having used two separate expressions both mean different things. Authorizing means what your license endorses. That is, you are authorized to drive an LMV or an adapted vehicle, as you say.
Yes.
Entitlement is a matter of law. Unless the latter part says, unless his driving license specifically entitles him to do so, namely that category of driving licenses entitles him as a matter of law to drive a transport vehicle.
So therefore, if he has a license for a light motor vehicle, he has an authorization or an entitlement, my lord, to drive a light motor vehicle.
Which includes a transport vehicle.
Then what is the purpose of the second part? That becomes odious.
For those transport vehicles which have an unladen weight of more than 7,000.
That would not come within light motor vehicle anyway. So what is the purpose of the second part? You can't drive the heavier vehicles on the light motor vehicle category because those are not under 7,500 kilograms. You can only drive if but for the second part, you could have driven something which is below 7,500 because it is a light motor vehicle. So the second part becomes completely odious if, my lord, what my learned friend is saying is correct. What is the purpose of that second part? Remove it, you will have the same result. It will not apply in any circumstance.
My lord, this section is only cause section 75(2). My lord, may I have section 3 again for a moment?
And
This
just
is
see, my lord,
only
in
only
fact, my
with
lord,
reference to, my lord, may I have section 3 again. And no person shall so drive a transport vehicle other than a motor cab or motorcycle hired for his own use or rented under any scheme made under section 2, subsection 2 of section 75. So for section 75, I need a specific, my lord, may I have section 75? So it is
it's the
only
other way
for
around.
75 that additional requirement is made, that under a scheme of central government, if I am driving a vehicle.
That it's the other way around. It is excluding that.
Scheme for renting motor cars.
the requirement for a transport vehicle will not apply to that 75-2 kind of transport vehicle.
Now, my lord, may I have section 75(2), scheme for renting of motor cabs. Only for that I need a specific license.
Then how does 75?
My lord, reading it in entirety, my lord.
So read the section 3 so
Yes.
that we can go to 75 thereafter.
Yes, my lord, I'll read. No person shall drive a motor vehicle in any public place unless he holds an effective driving license issued to him, authorizing him to drive the vehicle. And no person shall so drive a transport vehicle other than a motor cab or motorcycle hired for his own use or rented under any scheme made under subsection 2 of section 5, unless he is driving license specifically entitles him to. So, drive a transport vehicle hired for his own use.
Other than, not hired for his own use. Drive a transport vehicle other than this, namely, if you have a transport vehicle, then you have to have a special authorization. Except in those transport vehicles which are a motor cab or motorcycle hired for his own use under 75(2). Those are exempted from this requirement of authorization.
Context of a scheme, is it?
It says other than. It's totally the opposite.
We did like this. No.
My lord, transport vehicle, my LMV license authorizes me.
Says no person shall so drive a transport vehicle unless his driving license specifically entitles him to do so.
So
Then what is in parenthesis is an exception to that.
Correct.
Now the exceptions are two. Other than a motor cab or motorcycle hired for his own use, or a motor cab or motorcycle rented under any scheme made under subsection 2 of section.
My lord, I still can't understand how section 3 helps them. It is, I am getting a LMV license, which includes transport vehicle. This is a very general term that you have to have a license for whatever you're driving.
Bhushan was trying to make was, which is what exactly I put to him. He says, then what the second part would have no relevance at all. That's his answer. It would become ocious.
My lord, let us assume that there is no term of transport vehicle under section 10 and we go back to those 4 terms. Now, how does section 3 apply? Because section 3 was there then also. Then I need that class of vehicle license. Section 3 has not been amended. And there is no provision for granting a transport vehicle license.
So then what is the purpose of the second part of section 3?
The condition subject, my lord,
So drive a transport.
Which has been added on.
If we leave out the words within the parenthesis, that no person shall so drive a transport vehicle unless his driving license specifically entitles him so to do.
my lord, transport vehicle here has to again mean those 4 terms. That is what my submission would be.
Light motor vehicle is a very wide term. It includes some categories of the transport vehicle also.
Correct.
So you can drive a light motor vehicle on the license granted for that purpose. But for driving a transport vehicle, which is in the category of light motor vehicle, you have to get an endorsement specifically for that purpose. This is what they are arguing. And that is the purpose of second part.
My lord, there is no. but our definition of light motor vehicle includes transport vehicle. Now, if I am getting specifically a license for motor vehicle, say as against an adapted vehicle, which fell from it, that does not include a transport vehicle. So I don't have a specific license for driving a transport vehicle in case of an adapted vehicle. But if I am getting a license for an LMV, then that means that I am also getting a license to drive a transport vehicle. That is what my submission would be. There are other vehicles which might not be used as transport vehicle. So in that case, the road roller. In that case, I don't need that particular license. But if there is a category of vehicle which can be used as a transport vehicle, then getting a license of that category entitles me to drive all kinds of vehicle under that category. That's what my submission would be.
Can I just for a moment here, Manoj? There is a notification.
are rented under the scheme under subsection 2.
There's a table which says transport vehicle and non-transport vehicle, which includes the three-wheeler my learned friend is talking about. All of the additional written submissions filed on 19th July. I had given that to the court master. And annexure A5 of that, 19th July.
Page number?
Page number 84. Well, it can be brought on screen so that I can quickly show, my lords, then this confusion can be cleared. In Ramba Devi, 19 July submissions. So just annexure A5, if you can please open on the screen. Yes. Well, this is a notification which again, transport vehicle and non-transport vehicle, it's a table which under the category of three-wheeled vehicles for personal use, motor car, all these, it has divided what will be the transport vehicle and what will come under non-transport.
Personal use. It's for personal use.
No, so the other categories are also there.
Three-wheel vehicle for passenger goods, for transport, and for
Yes,
personal use, they are
exception
non-transport.
only, and the exception only is under section 3. There are only 2 exceptions which are given.
Right, there are 2 exceptions.
Yes. Apart from that, these are the categories, my lords, for transport and non-transport. So, under 7500, if any of these are there, then these will be non-transport. And they will not be included in the definition of transport vehicle, which is provided as a part of section 2, subclause 21. You can't have all the transport vehicles saying that they will be covered under 221 because they are less than 7,500 kgs. No, these are all non-transport vehicles. This is specifically for public.
There are two competing interpretations. One is that in section 10(2), the expression light motor vehicle and the expression transport vehicle are specified separately.
Yes.
Therefore, the license for a light motor vehicle is distinct from a license for a light motor vehicle.
My lords.
Since both have been specified separately.
Yes.
That's one construction. And therefore, what they are arguing, the insurance companies are arguing that a license to drive a light motor vehicle will not cover a transport vehicle even within 7,500 kg. The other way of looking at the competing consideration is that this section 10(2) must be read together with the definition. And therefore, where a transport vehicle falls within the category of a light motor vehicle, then person who holds a light motor vehicle license can also drive a transport vehicle which falls within the definition of a light motor vehicle. There are 2 different competing considerations.
The second, their submission doesn't deal with 3.1 second part.
Yes.
That's the problem.
And then
3.1 second part is the real, my lord.
And then again, we come to the point that whether a definition clause can override substantive sections.
We will have to say that in the context of 10, the definition has to be ignored why should we ignore the definition in, while applying 10?
No. So therefore,
Then
section 10
they will
Malad, is
define
not our
which
main
kind of
argument.
transport
Let me make it
vehicle are
clear.
included in the definition of
Look,
light
let me
motor vehicle.
make at least my submission clear. Section 10 is not my main argument. In fact, I am saying even before the amendment of 1994, where section 10 was amended to include transport vehicle, even before that, section 3 was still the same.
Yes.
Namely, that your license entitles you to drive the sort of vehicle that is mentioned in the license. And had it been left at that, it would have entitled you to drive a light motor vehicle, which includes a transport vehicle of a certain weight. But it didn't end there, and therefore the second part cannot be ignored. It was very clear. And that, my lord, we are supplementing with the various other sections. There is the regime for transport vehicles, and my lord, the submission that when you refer to section 4, you must read it as transport vehicle, which is not an LMV. Just have a look at, my lord, all those sections again. Age limit in connection with driving of motor vehicle, section 4.
It's not based on weight at all.
One second. No person under the age of 18 years shall drive a motor vehicle in any public place. So that's the general, 18 years. Now see subsection 2. Subject to the provisions of section 18, no person under the age of 20 years shall drive a transport vehicle in any public place. Now what my learned friend is asking your lordships to do is read this as no person under the age of 20 years shall drive a transport vehicle except a light motor vehicle in any public place. It doesn't say that. Why should we add, my lord, words to the statute? Now again, have a look at section 7. No person shall be granted a learner's license to drive a transport vehicle unless he has held a driving license to drive a light motor vehicle for at least 1 year. What he is asking you to do is say...
Mr. Bhushan, your point is a weighty point, no doubt about it. The latter part of section 3, how is it worded? It does not say, and no person shall so drive a transport vehicle unless he holds a license valid for a transport vehicle. That's
No,
not
it
the
doesn't
law.
say that. Doesn't say that.
It says unless his driving license specifically entitles him so to
Right.
do.
So what used to
That
happen?
means the legislature seems to be indicating that there may be categories of driving license which also enable you to
But then
drive a transport
If
vehicle.
those words were not there, the meaning would be the same.
No.
Yes, just read, my lord, the first part alone for the time being. You will come to exactly the same conclusion. It's not adding anything, the second part. If that's the construction that is correct, it's not adding anything at all. In fact, my lord, why it says, earlier your lordship has seen section 10 didn't include transport vehicle.
Lord, I have a submission to make as far as the second part of section 3 is concerned, my lord. If my lord may please see the section 75 for a moment, the proper reading of the section 75 is for the purpose of regulating the business and not for regulating the license. If my lord may please see subsection 1 of section 75.
Oh, but what is basically Ola, Uber, then even the hired cars, etc.
So as far as section 3 is concerned,
Not even this method of endorsement for transport vehicle is nothing new. It has not come after, my lord, the amendment of section 10. It was always envisaged. Section 3(1) second part is not a new addition. In fact, my lord, the word specifically is important here. If your lordship just sees the second part of section 3(1), and no person shall so drive a transport vehicle unless his driving license specifically entitles him to do so. The word specifically is relevant here. Namely, your license, it can't be by implication, namely light motor vehicle, therefore that includes within the definition, therefore you are entitled to drive it. Apart from the fact that it would be rendered otiose, the same meaning is conveyed by the first part, unless your lordship accepts not what the construction I am putting on it. But quite apart from that, it says specifically, namely your driving license must specifically authorize you to drive a transport vehicle, which is why the endorsement that yes, this is your license is TR, that transport, or NT, non-transport. Otherwise, it would not have been framed in such a manner. Firstly, the second part is completely otiose otherwise. And secondly, what is the use of the word specifically? And it is only applies to transport vehicles. No person shall so drive a transport vehicle unless his driving license specifically entitles him so to do. Your license must mention that you are authorized to drive a transport vehicle. So either it's a transport vehicle license under section 10, now there is a separate category, or it may be an LMV with an endorsement of transport. As I showed your lordship my lord in that form of driving license, it says TR/NT, transport/ non-transport. Mine says non-transport.
My lord, the answer to that is very simple, my lord. That there are categories of vehicle.
And the other, my lord,
Section 10(2) refers to entitlement. If I can just read that section again. Section 10(2), a learner's license, or as the case may be, driving license shall be so expressed as entitling the holder. So all these have to be, these are the entitlements you
Well,
need.
it has to be then read with
So Malaj,
form.
weight is not a criteria for a driving license is my submission. Because part 2, chapter 2 is for driving license. Section 3 we read is with respect to driving license. Nowhere, my lords, in the act, this 7,500 or less, that is just for the definition purposes. But when you are talking specifically about the driving license, then these are the entitlements. You have to specify which one you want to take a license for. That is why adapted vehicle is a separate class. You have to mention in your form that you want to apply for an adapted vehicle. In Mr. Dave's written submission, there are two forms attached, Form 6 and Form 7. Form 6 has these all entitlements. Which kind of driving license you want to drive? E-maxi, cab, auto rickshaw. That is also specifically e-cart, e-rickshaw. You have to specifically.
Where is Form 4 in the rules compilation? What page is the form? Form 4?
Yes.
I'll just.
Well, a form is in Mukund Devangan, the form has been
That
accepted.
bookmark final copy of Mr. Siddharth Dave. What pages, if somebody can give us the page?
Yeah. Paras.
689.
No, this is the latest one.
You have a judgment, it's there at page.
Yeah. Yes.
Form 480.
Who's very important also.
and Form
My lord, may I have Form 2?
Form 2, which is the
Fixed
application for a learner's
Class of
license.
vehicle applicable for new learner's license or new driving license.
Page,
Motor vehicle without gear, motor vehicle with gear, light motor vehicle, adapted vehicle, medium or heavy, or passenger vehicle as transport vehicle.
Form 4 is at page 26, though it's excluded from here. I think Mukund Devangan extracts it,
Yes,
para 23.
yes, my lord.
There are 19.
There are two forms. One is prior to amendment, one is post amendment.
Prior to is at page 26.
My lord, form para 19 is the pre-94 amendment act, form 4, which does not provide for any transport vehicle. So when I'm applying, I'm filling a form, there is no provision.
Mukund Devangan, page 20.
Para 19 of Mukund Devangan is pre-94 form 4.
Right, 394.
39.
What?
Pre-94. This is how I apply. The options I have when I apply for a license. I don't even have an option to apply for a transport vehicle license.
Those four categories, medium
Correct.
goods, medium
Correct.
passenger, heavy goods, heavy.
That was the idea, to consume those four into one.
Now then comes post
Yes,
94.
turn of the page is post 2001. Those four categories, but for medium passenger motor vehicle, that was left as separately.
Page 29.
Next page. Those three categories were consumed into one as transport vehicle. Now there was no amendment to the definitions of transport vehicle or LMV. Had the idea been to remove transport vehicle from LMV and take a separate license, there would a definition would have been changed of LMV.
And now form 6 is it at para 24
Yes.
at page 25.
Yes.
The holder of this license is licensed to drive throughout India vehicles of the following description.
This is how the license is given.
Light motor vehicle and transit. It's in terms of rule 10.
And yes.
According to them, light motor vehicle must be read to mean light motor vehicle excluding all transport vehicles.
Yes.
According to them.
Yes. And take it otherwise. If I get a transport vehicle license, then I am able to drive all kinds of transport vehicle, heaviest of the trolley to auto. All kinds of transport vehicle I can drive now. That's not the idea. Idea is segregating your skills based on the weight.
Then they, yeah, replace.
So as soon as I get a transport vehicle,
The forms, my lord, have undergone many changes over the years. Forms, of course, are made by the government, not by parliament. At some stage, the form was
if I may
to
finish my
apply
submission.
for a light motor vehicle as non-transport vehicle.
Bandari complete.
Well, I'll just-
Bandari, now you're finished.
I'll take not more than 5 minutes. Just quickly brush through my submission.
Then we'll give them 10 minutes for the rejoin, guys.
Yes.
We can wrap up today. We've seen.
So, my lord, I have already submitted that.
The arbitration matter we'll discharge for today. This will get over today. We'll start tomorrow.
Waiting for the arbitration matter.
We'll start tomorrow morning.
Arbitration matter tomorrow. So there's some part
Tomorrow the-
matters are also there.
Oh, you asked him.
Some other matters there's tomorrow.
Arbitration matter we are going on tomorrow, right?
Very good. Joshua fixes West Bengal matter tomorrow under the partner matter also.
Yes. I think we might be. Arbitration will get over in a day. That's all right. We'll sign that.
Distinct issues, that's why.
We'll start arbitration tomorrow. We'll see if there's a spillover, we can see, we can take it up on next. We'll take up canon after the arbitration is over because otherwise there are 3 benches which have broken up. So we'll finish the arbitration and then we'll start canon. Canon will retain its position. There's a list of, I think, 1,500 matters. We have to take up canon. Yes.
In the arbitration matter,
We will go next week. And then we'll go.
Yes. Ready.
1,000 rupees. For heavy and medium, the penalty is different. Lastly, my submission, or last submission would be, my lord, not to change the interpretation given by Mukunda Ivangan. Reason being, my lord, last 7 years, law is now in my favor. Changing it retrospectively, compensation has been paid.
Mr. Kaustubh?
And just a reflection on section 3, not that I want to add anything. It looks it's a kind of an emphasis. The second part of section 3 is only an emphasis. It says no person shall drive a motor vehicle. Again, it talks about a transport vehicle. So the importance of having a necessity of a driving license. So it's not become redundant. It's an emphasis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kaustubh. I think we've gone through now the whole gamut of it. And just bullet points, 1 or 2 bullet points, then we get the other side.
Yes, basically, by and large, we all are arguing the same thing. That basically the transport vehicle and the LMV. So earlier we used to do that verbal, non-verbal reasoning kind of thing. So basically the transport vehicle is the bigger circle, and the light motor vehicle is also a circle which is actually interjecting the so to answer very quickly what they have raised actually at page number 457 of the written submission of Mr. Dave. As far as the syllabus is concerned, my lord, I would point out one very interesting thing. Rule 31J of the syllabus. It is at page number 457 of Mr. Dave's submission. It only indicates about the light motor vehicle. It does not indicate about the transport vehicle at all. So it only indicates about the light motor vehicle, and after that, it actually indicate the B is about the medium and heavy motor vehicle. So
Mr. Kaustubh, all of you have given us your notes of submission.
Consolidated.
We close it for audit, but Mr. Bhushan, you can give us a note in rejoinder. Not more than 3 or 4 pages, so that
Just
it's
take
really.
1 minute. I would also like to file.
Also add,
Form 2
since
is very
this question
important.
arose.
Is also very
Give it, put it
Ms.
on.
Shinoy,
No,
didn't
only
hear you.
because it's slightly different. Just one submission.
Yes.
I appear for about 2,000 cab drivers. Now, we've had a regime for the last more than 8 years and much more. Now, for us, overnight, if there is a requirement to now have an endorsement saying transport or likewise, for us, this is a livelihood issue, your lordships. So one is, if it's going to be retrospective, I mean, that is going to spell doom.
That's one
That, of
aspect,
course,
then.
that is one aspect. The second is that we do want a period of transition. Because today, we have to go through tests again.
The alternative.
Alternative, because everything has been covered. I don't want to, I don't want to.
Your point.
Yes, and my submissions are already on record, but your lordships may think of in the alternative, a sufficient time to transition, because because it's my only one union is 2,000 people. So it could even, the number could go to lakhs. And also about the infrastructure.
To our minds, we didn't labor that.
Yes, no, and also whether all states have the necessary infrastructure to process these licenses and do the tests within a particular timeline.
All right.
That is also.
Devnath, anything else?
Lordship,
Thanks, Ms. Shinoy. Thank you. I hope you have not cut you short. Anything else that you have missed?
I have my submissions.
Well,
Lordship.
that will do.
Yes,
Devnath.
7, 8, and 9 in my return
No
submission
difference.
because my lot of.
We have all filed written submission, my Lord. I just want to clarify section 3. Lordship Justice Mittal also pointed out. My Lord, it's clearly says, second part I'm reading, my Lord. It says that
What's your submission? Tell us, we now know the second part. Tell
because it
us.
says a vehicle hired for his own use or rented under any scheme made under section 2.
Yeah.
Unless his driving. So 7,500 kilos is there if he's hiring or renting. And therefore, my Lord, that clarifies, my Lord.
Give us a
Before
short.
that, I just want to indicate that there is a whole line of cases which says that the statute has to be interpreted on the plain words and the court should not be adding or subtracting words. And therefore that thing saying that this may apply only for transport vehicles other than light motor vehicles in section 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, etc. That may not be what Parliament intended. They did not say that your age limit for driving a transport vehicle is 20 years, except in light
Those
motor
who had
vehicles.
fall within-
I'll give all those judgments also.
Just one point.
I'll also file.
Just
my
one point.
Two
submission.
pages at the moment.
Very great.
My lord,
Thank you very much.
just one point. I had moved an intervention application, my lord, on behalf of Ola. I have the same
Yes.
practical
There are
difficulty.
state,